Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Because It's Tuesday Sprints. I am Courtney at Tangible Reads. How you doing? How is everything going with y'all this morning? It has been a morning already. I tell you that, y'all, okay? I did wake up to work out this morning. Successfully did a little, I will say I did a 30-minute workout, but not really because I was running all over the house for the catastrophe of not being able to find my cell phone. I just, for the life of me, could not find it this morning. And I searched all over. I was trying to do my workout, and in between, on the little bits, on the breaks, I would go and walk around. I have no idea, y'all. It was crazy. But in the end, I did find it. It was like in the back of the couch. I had to literally I dug in the couch and didn't see it, but it was you know how you have to lift the little Velcro patch in the back of the couch up, where all the crumbs and everything fall in the couch. It was in there. I was just sitting there like, where could this be? I had it at 11 o'clock last night, and it's not like I left the house, so I was just dumbfounded about where I could find. So anyway, that was my catastrophe this morning that was just stressing me out for a good hour. My husband even helped me, so that says a lot because he normally loses his phone and we're looking for that. So me losing mine was just anyway, figured it out, good to go. Found it, finished the workout, that sort of thing. So that was what I did on the this morning. Now I have some spicy chai tea. It is definitely spicy. I will tell you that. I actually put more liquid in it because I felt it was a little bit too spicy for me. So, So anyway, that was my morning. How's everybody else's morning? Hopefully it's not as eventful as mine, because that was not a fun adventure running yourself around in circles, because that's exactly what I felt like I was doing, running myself around in circles. So anyway, so I'm going to have this right here. And then on the first sprint, I'm going to feed myself some breakfast and clear the sink because I need to wash this puffball of hair that I have going on here today. I feel like I've been prepping it for the last 2 days and I finally need to do it. So that is what today is. It is a hair day. So hopefully everybody is going to have a good day. I'm going to put us into a sprint. Let's see. Let me get it together here. Hopefully it comes out. Where's it at? I don't see it. Okay, there we go. So here is our sprint. Let me see how this looks. I never experiment with these layouts. I wonder if I can change the layout to reverse it to. Oh, there we go. Okay. Kind of like that one a little bit better. Okay, so here is our sprint for the first one. And apparently these are called brain rots. I have no idea. I've never heard of a brain rot, but I'm gonna roll with that. Okay. So it has some very interesting looking characters here for the brain rot. Okay. Let me change this caption here. Sorry, just adding something to this list here. Let me know what you're doing in the chats, by the way. My computer has a lag on it. Okay, so Okay, brain rots. What that is, I have no idea. So we're gonna roll with that. So brain rot. So we have 1 through 4. Number 1 looks like I don't even know what that is. It looks like it has human front legs, zebra back legs, and the body looks like some sort of fruit. And then the head is a zebra. So it's like half zebra or a third zebra, part fruit and part man. Let's roll with that, right? Number 2 looks like some boots. I think it's a giraffe. So it's a giraffe in whatever this little body thing is with some human front legs with some boots. Number 3 is a frog with human legs and a tire. And number 4, I don't know quite what that animal is, but it's some sort of animal in a cactus with sandals. So this is very fun timer here. I don't know quite what to make of it. So I'm going to go. I don't even know where to go with this one, y'all. Number 3 with the frog and the tire. Number 4 with whatever the animal with the cactus and the sandals just looks really a whole lot of fun. So I'm gonna go with I don't know. The sandals are calling to me. I kind of wish the frog had the sandals. I'm gonna go with the frog though, y'all. I'm gonna go with the frog for whatever that is. Let's see. I'm gonna choose number 3. The frog. There we go. Okay. So that's me on that one. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and start this timer. Okay. And I'm going to go start getting my day together. Okay. We're going to be here for a few hours. So pop on in, say hi, and go from there. Okay. So happy reading. I'll see you in an hour. And the tire has won. How come you can't see me? Tire has won. Oh, there we go. I was trying to figure out. I was like, how come I can't see myself? Well, there we go. The tires won, which is what I wanted to win. So this is a good start to the races for Tuesday. I am 1 for 1. So not going to complain about that. So fun times, fun times, fun times. How did everybody do with that sprint? Let me know. Let me get this off the screen here. There we go. Okay, how was that sprint? Personally, I washed my hair. Still in the midst of breakfast here, and I did a little bit of a sprint hopping. So if you're wondering what this little bag is, I am trying to contact the aliens with this foil on my head. Actually, just letting some conditioner sit. So might need to sit underneath the dryer a little bit later. So, but right now, just letting it sit. So I did a little sprint hopping. I saw Shauna and I saw the crew of Donna, Dee Dee, and Paula on as well. So, got some things going on in some other realms of BookTube. So there you go there. Let's see. Where am I at in the chats here? So this is me saying I chose number 3. Then we had Lily come in. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. Sunny went for the zebra. I believe that was number 1. It was kind of cute, right? I never seen that little race before, brain rot. So that's kind of just a fun, fun little timer. Really eclectic, kind of like a steampunk type thing, I guess, or repurposing animals with all that other stuff. So not mad at that at all. Sunny said, okay, the zebra. Hello, Jim Jordan. How are you doing? Team Zebra. Oh, okay. We got 2 for Team Zebra. Hey, Ren, how are you doing today? Welcome. What are you up to? Plan to finish Love in 280 characters. Okay, or less. That's an ebook. And then start Bury Our Bones in the Midnight Soil. I have heard of that. Not exactly sure what it's about, but let me know how you are enjoying it. And sorry, I'm trying to look at this. Okay, no. I'm trying to look in the background here of getting another timer. And I was trying to see if it gave me different characters, but it did not. So I'm not going to do that timer there. So how are you enjoying your book of Love in 280 characters or less? That's fun, right? Let me know. Let me know. Ren says, I've got all the long book titles today. You know what? Sometimes those titles just need to have those long words in order to, spell out the good stuff. So nothing wrong with that. Okay. I appreciate a good long book title every once in a while, as long as it kind of pans out what it's supposed to be about. That irritates me sometimes when they don't. It's like, if you have a long book title, have it, be something that's worthy of it. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully you enjoy your books today. Excuse me, got something kind of in my throat here. Sunny's saying hello to Ren and to Jim. Hello, Kelly. Kelly's saying hello, y'all. Kelly was also sprinting earlier today. Not sure if you're still on. I had to kind of skedaddle. Kelly's eating breakfast, watching the news, being productive next sprint. I mean, I believe that is productivity. So good job. Giraffe. Yeah, no. It was cute though, right? Sunny will start tidying with the next sprint besides making my 2026 reading sheet. You're on it, right? Writing 500 words. I got nothing done. Not even a kitchen side quest. It's that way sometimes, okay? That way. I felt like I was in the kitchen the entire sprint because that's where I was washing my hair. But I don't know. We all have our things. It is still early, though, Ren says hello to Sunny. Zebra go. Nobody but me was showing love to the tire, right? It happens. Zebra disappointed. I emptied the bin in my office and doing 2 sprints at once, so that is fun. Yeah, there we go. See, productivity, right? All the way, all the way. Nothing wrong with that. I'm going to eat. That's what I'm doing here. I have this chicken that I kind of deboned, so I'm just eating kind of the rest. I'm going to be doing 2 meals in one. But next prep, I'm going to read while I finish this, and then actually, you know what? I'm probably gonna get underneath the dryer for 15 minutes. So I'll probably do double tap and reading, dryer, and eating on the next sprint. So that's my plan. And then maybe I'll have time to wash this out, maybe not, before we come back. Okay. Sunny had an idea to improve my reading sheet on Google, and well, needed to try it at the moment, and it's now 5 p.m. here. You know what? Sometimes you get a late start, nothing wrong with that. Okay. How's it going then? Very, very productive when one sprint ends, when the other begins. That's always nice. The issue, though, is that you tend not to get some stuff done when you're going from one sprint to another. That tends to be my issue sometimes, So then I have to kind of stop and be like, let me focus on what I'm doing here. So, all right, y'all, let's get to the next sprint here. Let's see. Hello, Bree. Good morning. Just found you and decided to stick around while I work. Well, thank you very much for coming by. I hope that work goes well for you. We're about to get into the next sprint, so hopefully that helps you out a bit, allows you to get some productivity done, and have a little fun race while we're at it. Okay. Let me see if I can move this. Move it over. I'm just trying to move the screen. There we go. All right. Okay, so we have this race here going on. We have a monster race, y'all. It is 3 monsters here. So we have 3 is, let's just say, King Kong. Number 2 is the Ghostbusters, Pillsbury Doughboy or Marshmallow Man. And number 1, it looks like a T-Rex. I think it's supposed to be Godzilla. Okay, don't quote me on that one. So, who you gonna go with, y'all? Let me know. I like a good King Kong, but I'm gonna go with the Doughboy right there in the middle. Okay, so that is my pick. Let me know about y'all's. Okay. Use your monster. Oh, I can't spell today. There we go. All right, so probably nothing done. I will go with Godzilla. Okay, Godzilla. I'm going to work on my own book for this sprint. There we go, Lily. There we go. Productivity. Get it done. Get it done. Get it done. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Choose your monster as well. Let's see who's gonna knock it out the park, and we'll go from there. Okay, y'all. So who is going to show some support? I'm going to choose number 1. choose number 2. Marshmallow Man. Is that Marshmallow Man or Pillsbury Doughboy? I'm going to just put, yeah, Marshmallow Man, right? I always get them confused. All right, I'm going to say Marshmallow Man. Lily forgot to change my MacBook last sprint, so here we are now. It happens. Okay. The Michelin Man. Okay, Michelin. Oh man, I get it all confused, y'all. I just think of Ghostbusters every time I see that, and I'm just like, okay, Pillsbury Doughboy. Always cute. Cute. Okay. All right, y'all. Let's get to this next sprint here. Put in the chats who you're going to be rooting for and all that jazz. I may change up this time here. Let me just put this orientation different. There we go. All right. Happy reading. I'll see you in 45. Well, there's that race. Godzilla for the win. I think it's very funny how you have the little Michelin Man and King Kong just bow their head in embarrassment. So if you chose this Michelin Man dude, then I'm sorry, the Godzilla, then you are for the win, okay? How did that sprint go for everybody? On my second cup of tea, this is like some sort of cauliflower mushroom or something stuff. I marinated my hair. Yeah, it's time for a rinse out for sure. So that'll be what I did on the next sprint. What else did I do? I was reading while I was underneath the dryer, getting a little bit further. I'm reading a book called The Invitation. Let's see. I'm gonna find it on my phone because I don't want to disrupt where I'm at on my Kindle here. But so I'm reading The Invitations called The Invitation by Jodi Ellen Malpass. I forgot where I got this from. Yeah, go to that page. I believe I got that as a Kindle. Well, let me double check. As one of those Prime reads, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see about this book. Prime reads. Where did I'm trying to see where. Phone's just doing the most, y'all. Clicking all over any and everything except for what I want. I'm trying to find the release date for this book. About this book. Let me see in store. July 1st, 2025 is the publication date. So yes, I got this as my prime read, as the first reads. No, what is it called? First reads? Yeah, first reads for prime reading last month. So there's that book. I was apprehensive because it's a romance, and I don't like specific romance, but it sounded pretty good. So I'm checking it out, but it sounds pretty good thus far. I'm about a little bit less than halfway. So, okay. So Lily was saying, yes, Michelin Man. I was thinking of the Marshmallow Man. So yes, could be Michelin Guy or the Ghostbuster Ghost. Yes. Always a fun time. Let me know if y'all are a fan of Ghostbusters. I am a thorough fan. So, but that did not win. Kelly says it's hilarious how much bigger the frog is than the giraffe. Exactly, right? I don't know if it's like the depth or what, but yeah, it's very interesting how these sizes kind of gets misconstrued or whatever when it comes to some of these little timers. But fun times overall. Kelly says, I took a break after writing and ready to be productive again and get this editorial letter done. You know what? You sound like you are having a very productive day. So I'm not mad at it at all. Okay. Productivity is where it's at, and you can think through all that stuff too. So that's always really nice. Sometimes I have trouble kind of thinking through everything I have to do for the day, and it drives me nuts. But you're on track, so keep up the good work here. Just setting up this next timer over here. I always mute it, so just in case, don't need to get copyrighted, y'all. All right. Hello, Christina. How are you doing today? Welcome. I was actually a guest. Somebody actually asked me to be on their channel last night for it's a Greg at Another Bibliophile Reads and Alan at Big Hard Books and Classics. And so we were looking at the sprint spreadsheet and noticed that they weren't on it. So that's a channel. If you're interested, I can send you more information. But they sprint, or they do kind of like chatty sprints. It's a live show with Greg and Alan on Mondays at 8 p.m. So just food for thought, y'all. Christina says hello to Kelly. Kelly says hello back. Hi, Amberly. How are you doing today? Christina slept in a wee bit. That's good. It's always good to have a little sleep. Air quality is so bad here. Just did not want to get up. Need to go find some coffee. Coffee. You could do it. You'll be woken up very much after that. Stay inside, okay? What is making the air quality bad? Is it the heat? Or is it like some impurities floating around in the air? Because I know, with fires and stuff, it's always something like that. Christina came out to the living room last night and it smelled and tasted like someone was having a bonfire. Oh, okay. Yeah, fires. Okay. And it burned my throat and lungs. We think it is the wildfires. Remind me again where you live at. For some reason, I'm thinking Massachusetts, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm not exactly sure where there is. I know in California, there's always some fires. And I know in Canada, was it last year, year before last, there was like tons of fires that was affecting the United States, because I felt that in Jersey. But let me know where all these things are going at now. Okay. I have been out of the loop, I will say, with work. I feel like I miss things sometimes at night shift. But I know that there's Texas, there's been like the flash flooding and things like that, but I haven't really heard much about fires. Everly says hi to Christina. Everly says you got, there we go. Okay, here we go. I should have read further down. Canadian smoke. I'm sorry it sucks. Wildfire smoke is a summer tradition out here. Okay, where are you at, Amberly? I don't know if I put that down. Yeah, okay. So I didn't know that Canada was smoking us out again. Okay. I know that was a few years ago, and it might have been last year actually, but yeah, let me know. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I'm down in Florida now, so I'm not really, smelling any of that like it was in Jersey. Godzilla. Yes. For the win, right? Amberly says, keep the windows closed. Exactly. Go out as little as possible. Change your air filters more than you think you need to. And I'm sure you know all this. Exactly. See, I was out and I got sick in that bad air quality because it was during the summertime when I was in Jersey and we were having all those issues. And, it's only cold certain amount of times or warm certain amount of times out of the year. So I was determined to be outside, which is what I do a lot in the summertime. And I got sick with that. So I completely agree with you on staying inside, close your windows and stuff, okay? Everly says, I'm going to have to go with my man, Stay Puffed, for this race. Yeah, did not stay it out. But I was with you on that one, okay? I was with you, okay? We just didn't happen. Yes, definitely. But I always think it's interesting is white tires because tires are generally black. I still think of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man all the time. I just think Marshmallow Man. I don't really think of a brand, but yes, Marshmallow. Amber says, but Michelin Man has a sash. Stay Puft Marshmallow Man has a little sailor collar thing and the hat. See all the details. I just think of puffy, I was gonna say puffy white dude, but just puff white marshmallow man. That's what I think of when I see that. So I don't think of all the little small details. But yes, makes sense, right? Hey Vanessa, how are you doing? You're reading The Throne Seeker by Jamie June. How is The Throne Seeker? I like that name. Let's see. The Throne Seeker by Jamie June. Let's see. Rosalie and her mother are left destitute after the father's sudden death. So to ensure survival, they must return. Oh crap. Hold up. Okay, so it's a part of a series. It's book 1. Oh, come on. To assure the survival, Rose must return to the castle to secure a husband, which wouldn't be so difficult if the desired match wasn't one of the king's sons, Tristan. But when Rose's return triggers events that force open a new succession period. Oh, and there's some magic. Okay, very interesting. Okay. So that is an arc. It comes out in August of this year, and it's book 1 in the Valorian series. Okay. Well, I hope that you enjoyed that, Miss Vanessa. Sunny says, no, Travis stayed, then win. Clean the kitchen and making some dinner. Okay, nothing wrong with that. I like that idea. I'm actually going to do some meal prep today. So I'll be making 2 meals myself. Lady says, got 700 words written. Good job. Next sprint is reading my current book, Where Sleeping Girls Lie, or listening to the audio book, All Good People Here. I have heard of Where Sleeping Girls Lie, and I've heard good things about it. So, okay. Are you enjoying Where Sleeping Girls Lie? Christina says, thank you, Kelly. Yep, take good advice. Good advice, okay? Or you can also return to wearing the masks. That also helps too, you know. Amberly says, I moved a bunch of books around so I can fit more books on the shelf. For the win, right? I'm all for that. Christina says, Michelin Man is made of tires that will stay puffed. There we go. Sunny says, now I have the problem that both sprints are on talking terms. Talking terms. Is it that you're talking about like at the same time we're all sprinting together? That happens. You know what? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I'm always milling around. I put sprints on. Actually, when I'm with my computer and I'm in the house, I probably have multiple screens going and I'm fiddling around with stuff. I see a lot of people that sprint like very frequently. I always have something that I'm doing though. That's the thing. Like Tuesdays is like my day where I mean, I do read. I try. Some days are really kind of busy, but Tuesdays is like my set sprint day. But a lot of other days, like I'm doing things. So just sitting down, like I come in. I don't know. I know some people that are on BookTube don't work, so or they work from home, so it makes it much easier to kind of be at the computer and be able to sprint. But my days are completely different than that, of being able to like sit all day, 3-4 days out of the week and be on the computer. Like sprinting in camera, just not can't do it. Okay. I saw that you were on Greg's. Yeah, it was a fun time. Greg and Alan are always a good time. You know, I think they invite me like once a year onto their live show to, you know, just talk, I guess. But it's always a fun time. Please send. Yesterday was a rough one. Send. What are we sending? Yeah, watch yourself, Christina. Don't get sick. It happens. Okay. I'm in Michigan, the Mitten. There are fires just north of us in that part of Canada. What is the Mitten? Is that what Michigan is called? See, I was close though. Michigan, Massachusetts. Not the same, right? Lean and Donna, who are southeast of me, are having bad air too. Oh, okay, I get you. Jean, okay. Yeah, watch out for yourselves, okay? Definitely hydrate, you know, I'm all for that. But also, you know, protect your respiratory system, okay? Wear the little mask if you have to go outside and stuff like that. And also another thing, especially if you go outside and come back inside of the house, although I know that stuff seeps through the pores in your house too, but do nasal flushes to wash some of those impurities out of your nose as well. So that's another thing to add to it. Amberly's in California, Courtney, and Land of the Wildfire. Definitely. That's a given, unfortunately. Okay. Were you affected by any of those fires that burnt all those big homes the other, was it last year, I guess? They were like evacuating a lot of people in the mountains and stuff. So sad. Christina says there's a map that shows all the fire, and if you zoom out, it looks like all of North America is on fire. It seems like it, right? I don't think we used to have so many problems with Canada, except for like the last, 2, maybe 3 years? Not sure what's going on with that. Or maybe I just wasn't aware. I'm not sure. Amberly says, wear a mask if you need to go out and it's really bad. No shame in masking. Facts. I still mask. You know, I work in healthcare, so I mask with patients all the time. So that's not a big deal for me. I stopped wearing masks so much when I go out, like in public and normal. I still keep them in the car, but I generally don't mask up. I've got away from that. But at work, definitely. I'm one of the few. There's still some people that don't wear masks, but I wear masks when I go and treat patients. So I have no problem with that. Christina says, and the fires go from Ontario to Alaska and down the Cali and over to New Mexico, also Montana and Minnesota. Man, it's like everything's up on fire. Oof. Watch out, y'all. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Christina says, thanks for the advice, Amberly. We have the windows closed. Fans are trying to blow the tiny AC units air through the house. That happens. I wonder if you can, I'm thinking of AC units air through the house. Well, I see the fans whirling. I was trying to think in my head of, you have those people with those little window fans. I used to have one back in the day at a house I rented. But it was interesting though, because I would come in, it was one of those window fan units that's supposed to kind of take air out and blow air in. But I went to my bedroom one day and there was pollen like all over the place. And it was basically taking the pollen from outside, because it's kind of circulating air or whatever from outside too, and blowing it in the house. And I was like, my allergies are affected. And eventually I just had to take out that little window unit. But yeah, watch out for window units and things like that. Hello, lovely Kiana. How are you doing today, Miss Lady? Trying to sneak listen while working. Much appreciated. Let me know when your next live is, Kiana. I know I kind of out of the loop sometimes. I miss people. Like I saw Jaleesa the other day. And I was like, oh, it was just a catch, So let me know so I can be intentional, okay? Christina says, I could never breathe with the mask. I made them though and donated to different places, but I don't really leave the house right now. I may just go hang out somewhere with better AC. Hey, sometimes it's what you need, right? Masks are not all created equal. So you might just need to find the mask that works best for you. I know the N95 mask that's supposed to fit real tight on your nose were very uncomfortable for a lot of people. I know we used to have to wear those at work, the N95 mask, and then we put the surgical mask on top. So just imagine working 12-hour shifts with that madness. It was not fun. But nowadays, it's just like the regular surgical mask, which is very loose, and then you can pull it down. So those are a lot more comfortable. I know a lot of people are getting like those cloth masks and things like that. So if you have to wear a mask, there's definitely different ones. So just kind of figure out what works best for you, okay? Christina says hello to Kiana. Woohoo! There you go, Kelly. Godzilla. Snark listening sounds like something a female main character would do. Sneak, right? Kiana says hello to everybody. Christina says Michigan is shaped like a mitten. Oh, I did not think that. Okay. Michigan is shaped like a mitten. We are the mitten state. Also because we have lots of snow. I bet. I do associate Michigan with lakes and snow. And you probably get a lot of those lake effects. Let me see this mitten. Michigan in the shape of a mitten. Let's see. The Lower Peninsula is described as shaped like a mitten. I'm trying to see it. Okay, so it's a certain area there. Okay, I get it. Okay. That part there. All right, that makes sense. Makes sense there. Okay. Understood. That's cute. I like. I'm originally from Texas in a very distinct shape. Okay. I claim it all the time, even though I'm not a resident anymore. Kelly says, I got 3 pages written in the editorial letter and I should get it done next spring. Good job. Okay. Keep at it. Sneak and listen what to do when a man has a podcast. Oh, there we go. Right. Ever says, nope, I'm in North California. Oh, okay. Christina says, I heard that pineapple juice is good for cleaning and clear out impurities from your lungs. Not sure it is true, but we'll try anything. I've never heard of that. I mean, I know it's really good for your body help clear out your system if you take enough of it. I have some pineapple tea that is very good for detoxing your system. Yeah, I don't know about that, but the neti pot is very good for flushing your nasal passages. I definitely recommend that. People say you need to use like distilled or still water. I use tap. I know it's not the best because there's impurities in that, but it gets the job done. Kelly says, yes, Kiana, that's exactly the definition. Window fan in my son's room that just blows out. Okay. There you go. There we go. Get all that outside air out. The one I had two. So one blow it in, one blow it out, but you can change kind of the settings of it. But yeah, trying to blow that bad air out is good, you know. Oh, Kiana's exhausted. That's because you have been running around with the girlies for the dance competitions, okay? Good job on some wins too, by the way. Suck air through. Teenage boys need extra ventilation. Yes. Blow the funk out the window. Okay. Amberly says, unfortunately, smoke does just kind of get in everywhere if it's bad enough, but you can mitigate some of it. That's true. It sneaks into crevices, just like the pollen and everything else. So that little window fan is definitely a nice idea. Sometimes it's a double-edged sword, though. So try what you can, okay? I haven't made a video in so long, and I do want to go live. I will let you know. Awesome. Okay, there we go. I like that idea. If you want some company, if I'm around, I'll be glad to join you. Yeah, I haven't been making a whole lot of videos myself lately, but you know, I've been trying to weigh the idea of the viewership on these videos, my interest in making a video, and my time commitment to making and editing the video. So all of that goes into why I don't do as much videos as maybe I used to. So, Christina says the one I made were cool. I made the space to put in a filter of some sort. Ooh, yeah, I have seen a lot of people were being very creative with those little masks and putting pockets and stuff like that. And what's interesting is for people who like a good scent, I actually had these, they were kind of like a aroma, I don't know what to call them, kind of like aromatherapy, but these little stickers that you can actually put on the mask that allows you to breathe in like essential oils. So you're not just smelling your breath regulating. So you have that as an option too. So tons of interesting ideas out there around these masks. Okay. Just made an early dinner. Ooh, yum, yum. What'd you make? What'd you make, Sonny? Let us know. Let us know. Minnesota, I believe, is the state of lakes. Yepers. Have the lakes. I bet you it's pretty too. Middle finger. Don't be rude. Hey, Coda. Good morning. Good morning. How are you doing? What's going on today? Christina says, I think so too, Sonny, but we have never more than 5 miles from a body of water here, as we are surrounded by the Great Lakes and have lots of inland lakes and rivers. That's always nice. Do you get the chance to ice skate? I was about to say snow skate. I know that's not right. Do you get the chance to ice skate with all of those lakes? Like, do they freeze over enough to be real solid to be on? Not that I'm in danger of ice skating. My days are done with that. I have a bad ankle. It hurts as we speak. Being on those blades does not help. Christina says, good morning to Coda. Amberly as well. And Coda says, yay, Christina back. That's my excitement. Everybody says hello to Coda. I was never rude, which is why I get in trouble sometimes. Oh, I don't like being rude, but sometimes there's a time and a place, and sometimes it makes you feel good. I'm not gonna lie. Something about just getting back when somebody's doing something crappy to you makes you feel better. Okay, it's like a transference theory. Somebody gives negative energy to you, you have to somehow expel that. Okay, so just make sure it's on the right person. It's like a release of energy, transfer. What is that? Energy is never lost, it's just transferred. What is that? The laws of thermodynamics. What are the 3 laws? I can't remember. But anyway, this idea that energy is never lost. or whatever, dissipate. It's just it's transferred. Christina says people do ice skate here. I don't. We have lots of ski hills too, which I don't do either. Yeah, skiing, I'm done with that. I have no desire to fall down a mountain anymore. I've been skiing a few times, like three or four. And I have enough experience to say negative, never again. Okay, I'm okay with that. Even with snowboarding, no desire for that either. Maybe some snow tubing. I've never done that. That would be really cool. But I'm not really much of a snow girl. Let me go to the beach. How about that? Christina says, I'm only rude in the privacy of my own home. I vent to my husband, but he understands. Or he shakes his head. What's the snark? Kiana also says hello to Coda. Okay, y'all, we're going to get to our next sprint here. I'm going to go wash this stuff off my head so I can stop. Getting the aliens to come and see us, okay? Because they are definitely being zoned in with the foil. No, actually, isn't the foil supposed to prevent the aliens from reading your mind? That's what it is. Okay. I'm thinking of it as an antenna, as a beacon to get them to come see you. But my head has been done marinating with this conditioner. It is time to be washed out. Skiing looks like it is hard. Yeah, it's not fun. You know what's also hard? When you fall down, which is what I do a lot. So that's the part I concentrate on. Not the moving and the skiing part, but the falling down and stopping. I value my bones. I need to walk to work and stuff. And so I'm good. I'm good. Christina says my daddy used to take me ice fishing. Now that would be pretty cool. Just sitting chilling if you have one of them warm tents. Otherwise, I'm like, why am I sitting on the ice? I stuck my foot in the hole and got all wet and freezing. See the things you do, but I bet you that's fun times, right? Fun times you can remember. Yep. So they can't read your mind. They're not gonna be gathering too much knowledge in here, okay? Blue dragon. Okay, so here we go. Let's get to our dragon race here, y'all. So we got a blue who had number 4 is blue with green wings. Number 3 is like an orange with green wings. Number 2 is pink with pink wings. And number 1 is, oh, I like number 1. He's kind of funky. I'm going to go with 1. 1 is green with like orange rings and orange. Can't talk. Number 1 is green with orange wings, kind of reddish orange actually, and some stripes that are also reddish orange as well. So I am for that. All of these little dragons look adorable. I like 1, 3, and 4's looks. I will say that, but I'm going to go with number 1. So pick your dragon, y'all. Let me know who y'all want to win. Let me change this here. Where is this? Come on now. Sorry, my computer is glitching all over the place. Okay, so Christina likes the blue dragon. That is number 4. Coda says, I'm about to find out if there's work today. I'm going to water the outside plants while waiting on the reply. Well, I hope there is too. Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. If not, I'm sure you will have a productive day no matter what, okay? Amberly chooses number 3, the orange. Kelly picks number 4. Oh, okay. I like everybody has some support. Okay. We have everybody 1 through 4. Okay. I like all of the characters to have some sort of person rooting for them. Although I'm personally rooting for number 1. Coda says pink all day because hey. There we go. Okay. We have a race, y'all. We have a race of cuteness on the board. Okay. You can't go wrong with a race of cuteness. Okay. So we're going to go to the next race and go from there. 45 minutes. I'll see you in a bit. Happy reading. And we have our winner, which is the blue. So close. Maybe not close. Excuse me. Well, that is our winner right there. We have the blue dragon. Is that going to come off the screen? Where am I at on the screen? There we go. There we go. Okay, well, the blue dragon. Let's see. Who was the blue dragon? Was that Christina? Yep, Christina was the blue dragon. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, it's a fun time when your dragon wins, right? Let's see where we at. How did y'all do for your sprints? As you can see, I have washed my hair. Finished washing that part. That is the first evolution of washing hair. Next comes the detangling and drying. Well, drying now, but detangling, conditioner, which is the part I hate the most. That takes the longest. So in comes a few hours after that. So there we go. There we go. There we go. Where am I at in the chat here? My thing keeps going down here. Okay, so Coda was saying the pink dragon. Sunny was the green because your favorite color. Green seems to be a big favorite color for a lot of people here on BookTube. Dee Dee says, hey, Courtney, popping in to show some love. Hope you're doing well. I am. How about yourself? Faithful Duel says, hello, cool, tickling the like button and saying hi and sprint hopping. Okay, hope to see you around a little bit more. You have a good day. Everybody say hi to Dee Dee and Faithful. There we go, Christina. All you, Miss Lady. Guess who can't win every time? Yeah. That's how it goes. I think we've done, how many of these sprints have we done? 3? I am 1 for 3. So, that's how it goes sometimes, win some, you lose some. But it's still fun either way to play the game there. So, but yeah, blue was indeed the winner on that particular one. So if you chose blue with Christina, then there you go there. We're going to do one more race. I'm just gearing up for the next sprint. All right, so that sprint, I got a few pages of reading in while I was kind of putting my hair up and wringing things out or whatever. I did a little bit of a meal prep, made a delicious tasting chicken salad. I'm telling you that, man, I'm not a huge fan of mayo, but the only time I do have it is when I am making like a chicken salad for something or whatever. And it tastes very good in the chicken salad that I just made. Although what I did was I used rotisserie chicken, and I think that kind of mixes very well with the creaminess of the meal. Delicious. It's gonna be, I'm gonna put it on like some bread for a sandwich with some cheese. It's gonna be so good. That will be a late lunch, early dinner. I'm actually going to make tacos later. Maybe I'll do that before I start this hair detangling process, because I get tired later in the day and sometimes don't want to cook. So I think maybe I'll do that. I don't know. Maybe I'll do that next sprint. We'll see. Go ahead and make my tacos, and that way it'll be done. I'm going to start this detangling after I get off sprints, because I wanted to go outside, and it's a bit hot to make the computer, so I don't want to do that. So we'll see. Sunny tried an audiobook and sadly still not an audiobook era. Even if it was interesting, I pay zero attention so couldn't tell if it was interesting or not. It happens that way, sometimes you have to be in that mood, okay? I feel you on that one. Well, hopefully, maybe you can find something else that suits your fancy, okay? So, yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Something about reading, like I'm at that point where I want to sit and read with my eyeball. I've been doing a lot of audio. I would say prior to this month, the last 2 months, I've been doing a lot of audio because just a lot of my books have been coming via audio. And now I'm at the point to where I want to really sit and read with my eyeballs, and it prevents things from happening if you're just sitting there. So that's the thing. You got to kind of be in the mood for it. Sitting there too. So, we all have our moments. Find what works for you, Christina says, got out our diamond paintings to join in with Donna, Didi, and Paula. So the son is plugging away at it. Okay, there we go. Well, tell me what your diamond painting is. Let me know. Kiana says, I was able to put in work order for a leaking dishwasher and I posted my daughter's duet on IG. Ooh, awesome. I'll have to take a look at it later. Definitely get that dishwasher from leaking. So hopefully they get to that work order sooner than later, because I know how it is sometimes with landlords. Okay. My garage door wasn't opening and they basically made me wait a week and a half. And I'm like, really? Oh, well, it wasn't closing all the way. So I feel you on that one. But it's nice not to be responsible for it. You know what I'm saying? Amberly said, I got a little reading done in Ship of Destiny, page 123. Okay, awesome, awesome. You're trudging along. To be fair, it's 7 p.m. here. Okay, well, you still got some time left in the day. Spaced off with my audiobook. I do that quite often. Then you have to backtrack. I put on the audio of my book earlier that I have. It was the AI audio. I'm not a big fan of the AI, but sometimes I'll put it on if I'm like really trying to get through some stuff. And I just spaced out. So when I sat and read it, a little while ago, I backtracked. So I get you on that one. I will try Percy Jackson later on. Maybe reread helps. It could, or maybe just taking a little bit of a break, you know. Friend coming in about 15 minutes. Okay. Well, it may be time just to take a bit of a break, you know, enjoy your time with your friend, you know, concentrate on something else. It's not even wanting to physically read. I want to move around and get things done. Yes. Productivity just makes me feel better. Okay, I'll say, like, I need to get my house clean. I always got a lot of things to do. I would love to be sprinting and being online a whole lot more, but I just, you know, I lead a busy life. I put things when I can, you know. It's just that I'm a busybody. I got a lot of little things going on, you know, and so things got to get done, you know. So audiobooks help with that, but sometimes you just want to physically sit and read. Like, I want to physically sit and read, but I also want to go and get things done. Those two things don't go hand in hand. Audiobooks can sometimes help, but if I'm not in an audiobook mood, then I'm just like, I just am not going to read, you know? So it is what it is. But that's one of the reasons why I picked up some graphic novels as well, because I'm like, well, if I'm not starting a book, like physically, like reading a book, and you know, if I'm real busy, then I'll definitely find an audio. But if I'm not going to do that, then a graphic novel is a great palate cleanser and it goes really quickly. So I feel like I'm still getting some reading in if I do have just a short amount of time. So things like that makes me feel lazy. Really? Oh, I don't like the sitting down for hours on end sometimes with physical reading. I don't consider that lazy. It's just the idea that I maybe want some movement. You know, I don't know. I don't like to be sedentary too long, but I don't feel lazy in that, because I feel like that's your me time. Like before I got into BookTube, I never really did audio, and I read, excuse me, maybe not to the extent that I do now, but I enjoyed that sitting, enjoying like me time, you know, and that's kind of what I want to get back to, of that time where it's just me concentrating on the book, you know. It's just the me time. I don't know how else to describe it. It's a self-care that doesn't involve other people or other things, you know. Like even sometimes with sprinting, I'll put a sprint on like real low and be reading. So I'm there, but I'm not really talking or anything like that, because the sprint may even interfere with kind of that me time, you know? So you just got to figure out what works best for you. But it's just, you know, everybody's there. If you have other things going on, like that you need to do, and you're sitting there physically reading, letting things go lax, then, you know, I would put that in that category, maybe. I like that series, Sunny. There we go. Somebody's up in there. His is dragons with a Christmassy tree. Ooh. Okay. That's interesting. I like the dragon aspect. Definitely got to send that. Let me see what it looks like once it gets done. Is this a holdover from the holidays, or are you prepping for the holidays? And is this one of those huge ones that's going to take you till the holidays? The Tree of Life with the library surrounding it. Ooh, I think I've seen that. Sounds very familiar. I don't know if you or somebody else has posted that, but I can imagine that one. Christina says to Sunny, oh yes, and I still need to finish the last book in the Heroes of Olympus series. Okay, keep going. I've been taking an audio book break for like a month or two. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I feel like audio makes you read more. But like I'm not, you have those people that do readathons and stuff like that, and to each his own. I'm not knocking anybody, okay? So don't take it like that. But you know how people go through readathons and it's to read as many books as possible, and they put the books on like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speed, and then at the end they're like, I have no idea what I read. I to me, I'm taking a stance. I would rather read less and just absorb what I'm reading. Like that's kind of where I'm at. I used to be one of those to where I was like, I'm just kind of getting through them. And I feel like my stance is changing to where I'm going more over quantity versus quality. I mean, I'm going to help my team for any readathons I participate as much as possible. But to me, my enjoyment of that book is much more important than me racking up a bunch of excess points for a team of reading books that I didn't absorb because I wasn't really paying attention to it. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes we have that where we're putting on the audio and it's just cycling through, but we're not really paying much attention to. To me, I will definitely take that time to go back and rewind, even if it's an hour. Because I've done it at night, because I work nights. So I'll sometimes, if I'm trying to stay up late on a day I'm not working, I'll sometimes have a book. And, if it's only on audio, then it's only audio, but I'm sitting there and I'm listening to it. And it's like I fell asleep. And I was like, oh, I don't remember that. Like the next morning, so you keep backtracking and you're like, this sucker was probably on for 2 hours while I was sleeping. I will go back and rewind those 2 hours to find out where I was at, unless it's a boring book and I'm just like, okay, maybe it's a wrap. So got to figure out where it's at. Definitely not need an audio at night. Okay, I need to physically read, otherwise I'm going to sleep. Christina says, I have a book I have to read with eyeballs this month. No earball options available, really. Nothing wrong with that. Eyeball reading is a good thing, okay? Nothing wrong with eyeball reading. Nothing wrong with audiobooks either, okay? So it's to each his own. But I feel like, at this point, I definitely want to kind of sit and commune with myself. And because when I'm normally audiobooking, I'm multitasking. I don't normally do a hybrid reading where I'm sitting reading the book while the audio is on. Generally, I'm doing diamond painting, I'm driving, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm doing something like that. But I, at this point, would like to just kind of sit and not multitask and read my book. Like I did that at the pool yesterday. I bought my Kindle. It was nice because I was the only one there. It's a community pool, but I was the only one there. And I had my Kindle on the side of the pool. It was so lovely. So I would like swim a lap and then come back and like physically read like a few pages and then go swim a lap. It was nice. I need to do that way more often. That was the first time I've done that. I love eyeball reading, but lately I just feel guilty because I can't do anything else. Don't feel bad. Sometimes those things just don't need to get done, I mean, back in the day before there was audio options, people just read. Like how they say the reading rooms in people's homes? They sat and literally read for however long they read. So, it's nothing wrong with going back to the primitive style. I enjoyed it. It's a time to sit and read and relax. I feel like in this day and age, we tend to do a lot of multitasking because there's a lot of things in reality need to get done. But a lot of times we put on ourselves to do so many things. My goal now, I've had a lot of perspectives over the last year, is to kind of slow things down and enjoy life a little bit more. And I'm not saying don't do the things I need to get done, but it's like, do all these things need to be put on my plate now, today? Do I need to do all that? And everybody has different things going on. It's the same thing with like having other people around. Do all these things need to get done by you? Like I have a coworker that husband and a few kids, and pretty much she doesn't want him to do the dishes, doesn't want him to clean, like none of that stuff, right? And so it's like you're not trusting him to do any of those things, but then you're complaining about how much work it is. And I know a few people like that, to where the people in their household and in their life, they don't allow to do other things, but then they continue to complain about it. And I'm like, I feel like you're making your own problem. I have freely learned, and that's a learned habit, I think, to a certain extent, especially for us ladies. It's a learned habit, but I think it's something we need to unlearn. So I've definitely started in recent years asking my husband for more help in doing things and allowing him to do those things. So if that means he struggles with it, then let him struggle with it. He can come and ask me for help instead of me volunteering and then stressing out about, now I still have to do the task, because I have my own tasks. I have plenty of things to keep me occupied. We both work. It's not like I don't work. So I'm not going to work a full-time job and then take care of any and everything around the household. And then any things he was supposed to do, I'm going to still do that too. That ship has sailed. I have learned. I think many of us need to do that too. Okay. Anyway. Sunny says, maybe I'm just watching too much YouTube currently, so my brain just immediately spaces out when someone speaks. Could definitely be. It could definitely be. So nothing wrong with taking a step back. It's even us content creators, taking a step back is a good thing. I have definitely done that too. And you reclaim some of that time and space. You'd be surprised. Okay. Think about what is of value to your time. And sometimes that's an internal thing. Only you can decide of what's of value. But to me, I feel like even with making videos, I enjoy videos, making the videos. I enjoy watching people's videos. I don't enjoy the editing as much. I like the result in what I started with versus ending. But it's a chore. It takes a lot of time. And, my videos get not as much great viewership, I will say. So it's like, is it really kind of worth my effort in making some of these videos? And in the end, I feel like I want people to enjoy them, but it's about me. I'm producing it. So if I don't feel like I have that time and it's not worthy of the time I do have to make, then anyway, to each his own. Just think about your time. Okay. Hold up. Sunny says, to be fair, I also have no understanding of time. So just sitting there for 5 minutes makes me feel like I have been sitting and reading for half a day, getting nothing done. And Christina also feels that. You know what? Maybe you got to start figuring out time then, okay? And that time frame for you. Take a little watch, I try to do readathons. I do audios at 2 times because one just sounds like slow-mo. Oh, I get you. I think for most of us, I don't even think that's the ADHD brain. I think that's just one-time speed is way too slow. I have yet to find an audiobook where one-time speed was comfortable enough for me. It's always too slow. I used to do 1.75. There's only ever been one book that I did 2 times speed on. Otherwise, it's too squeaky for me. But I used to do 1.75, and then I decided to slow down my reading more. And I feel like my comprehension is better and I enjoy it better at like a 1.5, sometimes 1.25, but 1.5 is my sweet spot that I generally do now. And I'm fine with that. I get through a book slower. That's fine. What I've also done is take a break between books too, as well. So I may finish a book and not pick up one again till the next day or whatever. So, but I get you. Yeah, you got to have that comfortable speed. The audios, I don't understand. I don't know. Some people maybe are really, really slow readers. And so maybe that's why they have like the one speed. But, luckily, almost all audios have that speed up, slow down factor. So you can tailor it to you. But yeah, one time is way too slow for even my regular read. Okay. Christina says, getting cozy with a book is a wonderful feeling until the guilt of all the other things you should be doing sets in. Do this with me. Let go of the guilt. Nice and relaxing. Let it go. Because think of it, right? Okay, Christina, you're a big proponent of laundry because I understand you got people in your house. You want to have clean clothes. I get it, right? If you don't do that laundry today or right now, what is it? Going to be more laundry tomorrow and more laundry after that and more laundry after that, right? So taking time every once in a while to just not do it and just relax, nothing wrong with that. Or get somebody else to do it, or maybe just do half. Like in my household, I don't feel like I have to do the dishes every day. Now, I will preface this by saying, or maybe not preface, but add in, it's my husband and I, okay? I understand completely when you have more people in your household, okay? I will also say, though, the more people in your household of able-bodied disposition and age should be taking on some of those tasks in the household as well. So if you have able-bodied people in your home and you're taking on still all the tasks as if you were living there alone, I will say that's a problem. And I will die on that hill. Okay. So I'm just saying that, just figure that out of what people are resources that you have. Don't expend all of your spoons and not have any for the things that you enjoy. Okay. Just keep that in mind. I have learned that. I used to be really stressed, and now my goal is not to get into early grave over stress over things that other people could be helping with, So, but let that go, and you should be fine. Okay. It's wasting your own time. Don't do that. Ironically, feeling doesn't happen if I am on the couch chilling with my phone or watching TV, like brain no. It's the mindless scrolling sometimes. I think it allows you to zoom out so you don't really think about all of those things. I think there's a lot of funny memes and stuff. And that's why I think that social media is great. It's a time waster. Don't get me wrong, because, it's definitely a time waster, social media. But it also allows you to kind of get a break from your normal life. You have those videos that puts things into perspective of those people that offer a lot of insightfulness and gives you validation that your feelings are real. But also you have that escape with the funny videos, the cat memes, and all the other crazy stuff out there. So in the end, you kind of get out of your own head sometimes. So that's a fun thing. Christina says, if I don't catch something or realize I napped or zoned out, I always rewind it too. We'll listen to one part several times too, just to get it to see if it's needed. Yep, I have done that. Or you ever obsess over like particular words? Like I do that sometimes. I will obsess, like, what did they say? Because sometimes those audios just be, I'll be like, what? You just don't understand it. And I will keep rewinding. It'll be the most mundane thing that has nothing to do, like nothing critical to the plot that I gotta remember. But I will just keep rewinding and be like, what did they say? That could be a time waster too. At some point, you just got to move on, Exactly, right? Christina says, although I don't do things on my phone. Yeah, I'm trying to get away from things on my phone, but sometimes it's just so much convenience. Christina says, yes, but back in the day, mamas did not read much unless it was to their kids. I know I was one of them. That's true. That's true. Now, my youngest is a bit older. He reads too, but now I found audio. Yeah. Audio definitely helps you in the clutch when you're doing other things and allows you to get through them. Like I like to listen to an audio when I am exercising in the morning because it it kind of just gives me an escape from this crap that I really don't want to do. So when I don't have audio, the workout seems like it drags. And also then my husband, who's like right next to me, working, is talking, and I'm just like, nah. If you're not part of this operation called trying to get in shape, then we don't need to be having communication, because it's a distraction for me. So the audio allows me to be in the zone of I'm audioing and I'm working out, because I'm just mindlessly trying to do what's on the screen, and hopefully my body isn't hurting, and I'm listening to my audio. So in that respect, I hate when I don't have audio. That's like the one instance where it's really an annoyance, because I've trained myself so much to have an audio when I am working out. Other instances I can kind of, deal without it. But back to your comment about back in the day, mamas didn't really read much, and I will say, me growing up, the only really time I saw my mom read was like at night, like all the kids are in bed or trying to go to bed or something. And, they're, it's kind of to go to sleep. And a lot of times it was like the Bible or something like that, So, times have changed, I completely understand you on that one, But I also think it's good for mamas and dads, but moms especially, to have some me time. And I think that's a big thing that I think was lacking me growing up. My mom's concept of me time was like non-existent. And I don't think that's good for mental health. And that goes to show you the state of stress on, single parents. But also you have these people that have spouses in a household that they're still not doing anything. So you're kind of like a married single parent, or you have kids that are like, mommy, give me this. And it's like being used. I'm telling you, I have changed my stance on a lot of things. I am trying my best not to be used by the people in my life. Okay. Using me for laundry services, using me for culinary services, using me to, I go to work and make money. So I'm being used for that, but I guess I'm using him too, because he makes a paycheck. So join how come. I'm okay with that using. But you're being used to run errands. It's like, at some point, like, can I get a little me time? Like, I will say this, it is not okay that you spend all your free time cooking, cleaning, pampering, doing whatever for other people in your household, and they spend all of their me time by themselves doing what they want to do. And I've learned that in the last few years and put it in perspective. My husband likes to game, and I truthfully have no problem whatsoever with him playing video games. Okay. Just like he kind of believes that reading's kind of like a waste or whatever and stuff. Okay. Video games kind of the same, but we both have different outlets. I respect that. What I don't respect is the fact that I used to spend all of my free time, and I used to work a lot of hours too. I don't respect the fact that I go to work, and then when I'm at home on my days off, I'm cooking, cleaning, running errands. Like, I literally will be up from the time I wake up in the morning to when he gets off work, doing things for the household. And I'm like, I spent all of my free time doing this, but all of his free time was spent doing exactly what he wanted to do. That's completely not a fair concept at all. And that's something that I believe that we need to change. Okay. So nothing wrong with taking some me time, even if it's sitting reading a book. I don't think that that's lazy by any means whatsoever. Christina says, now that we did that one. Okay. Yes. Your youngest is a reader. It's good to put them in that. I think reading is kind of a zoning out from the rest of the crap in the world. So I think it's a good hobby to have. Keeps you out of trouble. Okay. Sunny says they read a little before bed, but not instead of doing dishes, laundry, vacuuming. That's true. But you know what? Get people involved. Time and a place. Everything doesn't have to be done at one time. Okay. I generally don't sweep and mop my house on the same days that I'm doing laundry and all this other stuff. I used to. What I'm going to do, 2-3 days, do the whole thing all over again. So I space it out. I'm fine with that. There has been nothing that's been affected in the average running of my household and how my husband and I live our life by me not basically working myself to the bone. You know what I'm saying? Read to reduce my watch later list. Oh, I need to reduce my watch later list. That list will never decrease completely. Oh, yeah. I watched booktube that I can, and those that I can't, then I just can't. Because you can't be there for it's impossible. Kiana says, do you guys ever listen to a book while falling asleep? I know Libby has sleep timers. Ooh, really? Listen to a book while falling asleep. Sleep timer. What's the sleep timer? Does that mean that at a certain time it cuts off? No, generally I like to be the one to turn my book off. So I don't listen. I don't use any sort of sleep timer. I just read or listen or whatever. Like if I'm at night, generally at night, I prefer to physically read because if I don't, I'm going to probably fall asleep if I'm in bed listening. And I've done that several times. But generally when I'm reading, I will read longer. And then if I'm sleepy, then I will put that book up. Yeah, audio for me is basically during the day when I'm doing something and I want to get a book in. It's not something that I tend to want to do at night. Sunny says, editing sucks. I want to do YouTube again, but editing is the issue. I'm a rambler, don't know when to cut myself off. You know, I will say this. If you want to make a 45-minute video of you rambling, you know, if you want to call it that, and you don't want to edit it, I've seen people do that and just post it, you know. To each his own. People take what they want from it, you know. I'll say that, you know, or you can take your time and edit through it, which takes longer. So I feel like it just depends on the product you want to put out there. I'm probably more of a rambler on my sprints than I am on my videos. Because when I cut out a lot of stuff on my videos, it generally is not rambling. It's just maybe I made an error or I had to look up something. So I don't have to weed through a lot of talking when I edit my videos, but it's still a chore nonetheless. But yes, editing is a beast. But you know, the product you want to put out there is the product that, you know, the product you create is a reflection about what you want to put out there. So you have a choice. I will say that. Okay. And then people also have a choice about like what they are going to watch or whatnot. So, because you can have a 5-minute video that somebody doesn't watch or an hour and a half long video that somebody doesn't watch or watch part of, you know, like there are some people that routinely put out 45 to an hour long videos like every week or multiple times a week. You know, that's their product. You know, who's to say that's wrong? Cody says, almost done watering. You've been watering a minute, you. Your plants, thank you very much. Want to come do ours, Cody? Exactly, right? We've been having a lot of rain lately, so water away here. Sunny says, when I started, 1 time was normal, and then I went up. For years, I did 1x, 1.5, and the real fast moved to 2x. Yep, everybody's listening speed is definitely different. Right now, speed doesn't matter. I am gone. That's true. How's the garden, Coda? How is the lovely plants? Vacuuming, dishes, cooking, dusting. I have 2 boys, a husband and a son, 3 dogs, a cat, a turtle. You got a lot of things. So you can't expect the dogs, the cat, the turtle, and the fish to help. I'm just saying. They are not helping. The boys help sort of, and I feel like a manager all the time, which wears me out. That's another thing. Yes, you can get other people to help you with household chores, but you will still always be momager. Is that the term? Momager, even with the husbands. Okay. You can't get away from that. So that is a task you have created for yourself with the people in your home. But give them something is within their wheelhouse so that maybe that'll be less stressful. Because what sucks is having somebody do something, you manage them, and then you still have to go back and do it yourself. That is something I'm not going to do. So I feel you. Christina says, I get my me time tonight. The boys are going off to D&D. I missed it last week because we had overnight company when they went. Ooh, me time. I like that. Okay, enjoy yourself, okay? Hello, Lachette. How are you doing today, Miss Lady? Thinking about doing that, Kiana, but how do people know how long to set the sleep timer for? Maybe I don't understand the sleep timer. I was thinking for when it shuts off for your book so you don't fall asleep and it continues. Can you set like a specific time? I'm not sure. I don't know if it would be interesting enough though. Never know. Never know. Kiana says hello. Oh, not Kiana, Christina. Okay, y'all, we've gotten to the end of the comments. What I'm going to do briefly, and then we're going to go into our last sprint. As you know, I love the On This Day in History. So today is July 15th, halfway through the month, y'all. Halfway through. Okay. So here we go. Let's have it. I'm going to just choose some things that are interesting. I won't go over the whole thing. Oh, this is interesting. In 1799, the Rosetta Stone, which I always think of Rosetta Stone as that language learning app program or whatever. But apparently the Rosetta Stone is a rock carved with the same inscription in 3 different ancient languages, was discovered near Rashid, Egypt. It helps scholars decipher the hieroglyphic writing used in ancient Egypt. So that explains why Rosetta Stone, that software or whatever, is used to help people learn languages, because that helped decipher Egyptian hieroglyphics. Very interesting. I had no idea. Rembrandt was born today in 1607, as the painter. And what else happened today? Oh, apparently in 2010, wow. That's okay. Argentina became the first South American country to legalize same-sex marriages in 2010. Whew. I was sitting there thinking, I said, wow, do I think of that as being late or early? I guess 2010, even though that doesn't seem like that's long ago, was definitely kind of a big push up until that time about like gender equalities and things like that. It was still kind of a struggle. So, okay, I can get it. Okay. And then apparently table tennis was patented in 1890 by British inventor David Foster. He filed a patent for the game of tennis, table tennis. And his version featured a rubber ball, rackets with strings, and a small wooden perimeter fence. Ooh, a rubber ball. Very interesting. Okay. Well, there you go. Oh, here's another one. Okay, in 1858, the Thames River in London, UK. Apparently a bill was passed to clean out the waste that was dumped into the Thames River and rid the city that was called the Great Stink at the time. And that led to an improved sewer system in 1858. Woo. Interesting. Don't dump your stuff inside of the Thames River, y'all. And that is On This Day in History there. All right, let's get to some comments and then we will get to our last race. Okay, so Lachette says that's what a sleep timer is. Okay. Yeah, I've never used it, so I don't know if you set it for like a certain amount of time or if you set a specific time. No idea. But that would be a good thing if you're one of those people that frequently fall asleep to a book playing. That way you don't have to backtrack all the time, because that would really kind of suck. If you know your bedtime, there was more when my eldest was home too. Okay. It's nice to have some more time, me time. But you have options, always some options, like options. And I like that. Momager. Kiana's a momager too, okay? Get to go to all the cool places. So that ought to be fun. Exhausting, but still fun. So, okay, let's get to this last sprint here. Let me see. Yeah, I did set it up. I was second guessing if I set it up. Okay, so we have this sprint. Let me go ahead. Yep, that one's there. We have 45 minutes on the clock here, and we have some aliens that want to grace us with their presence. So we have pink alien, number one, the round. Number two is purple. Number three is the green. And number four is another pink. So four has a bunch of eyes. Number three looks like it's on a little unicycle. Number two, I don't know what that's on, like a turtle shell. And number one is on the roller skate. I'm gonna go with, I like purple, but I'm gonna go with number three because he looks like he's, no, actually, no, I'm gonna go with number four. Number four looks like ready to roll. And number four is the only one on its own 2 feet, although it has 3 eyes. So I'm gonna go with number four. I'm sticking to it. Let's see. Okay, Christina goes with the green one. Lachette says on Libby, you can set it up to 120 minutes. Okay, so you set the time. Oh, not the time, the timer. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that's not a feature I probably would use because I generally know, like, if I'm falling asleep, I'm just gonna put it down. So yeah, okay, I get you. Too much pink. It is a lot of pink on there, right? The purple even looks kind of pink. I get you. Okay, Amber Lee's also going for 3. Everybody's going for 3. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's a screw on a little unicycle. Okay. There's a lot of love for 3, but I'm gonna stick with number 4. Okay. Here's another green. Look at all this. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Christina's gonna go. Purple looks pink to me too. Yeah, they all do. 2, I think, is also on his own feet. 2 is on some sort of, I don't know. It's probably the own feet, but it looks like it's how it's going back and forth, almost like it's on a wheel, like a hidden wheel. Slimy and moved kind of like a snail. Okay, so we got love for 3 and 4, and don't really look like we have love for 1 and 2. That works. That worked. Green is a lot of favorite colors that are green. Nothing wrong with that one. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna do this last sprint and see who knocks it off the park. Go number 4. Happy reading, y'all. And that was the race. Why did my alarm? Oh. Now all of a sudden my alarm is going to go off here. Well, the pink one won the race. I don't believe, did anybody choose the pink one here? Let me find this one off the screen. Okay, roller derby number one won the race. Whew. How did that go for everybody? Let me know. Let me know. So hold on, no, it was number two. Number two was like the roller derby person that won. Um, did anybody choose number two? I can't remember. I don't think anybody chose that one. I think it was all threes and fours on that one. So but number pink was the one that won. Okay. Snail. It kind of moves like snail. Yeah, probably. And then the green is the favorite color. Yep, that's a nice color to have. Sunny will be happy for any winner, so I support all. There we go. There you go. All of them need support. Sunny says, now the fourth one has wings. Ooh, I should have got it off the street. Now I'm thinking about that one. Why does I keep hearing a little sound here. All right, there we go. I don't know why my Kindle's making a sound. Sorry about that. Let's see. That was the last sprint. Let me know how y'all sprint went for that one. I got a little bit of reading done towards the end there. Finished cleaning my kitchen, started another meal, all of that stuff. So good time, good time. Got a lot of productive things done. So I can't be mad at that. So that was my sprint. So no books finished here, but I'm definitely, how far am I into my book? 51 pages, 51% in. So not mad at that. Where did my cursor go? Coda says, I missed the chatty bit. Which dragon won? Oh my gosh, that was a dragon race before. Ooh. What was a dragon? Dragon. Oh, it was the wasn't it the 4, right? What was the 4? Oh my god. Remind me, y'all, which dragon won. It wasn't one of the pink ones, right? I don't think it was. I think it was. I think it was the green, right? Wasn't it the green one? I should be putting this. I just thought of that. I should be putting like a little tabulation or something like in the chats here so that we can remind ourselves about those. For the races, so we can know like 0 for 2 and things like that. Sunny said the blue one. Okay, there we go. And then Denise says, hello, everyone. Just got back from the dentist. I saw you have been on a long time. Will you be doing more sprints? I will be departing shortly. Generally, I sprint about 10 to 2 to 3-ish, every Tuesday for the most part. So we are on our last sprint. We are done. We're about to go. But there are definitely a lot more sprinters out there if you're interested. So come back next Tuesday at 10 a.m. and, we shall do this fun time again. I like to do little races. So should be a good time. I sprint every Tuesday. Sunny says, I cheered them all on. There we go. Like them, cheer them all. Sunny says, okay, we'll have to leave though. My friend has arrived and wants to read my zero draft. Ooh, okay. I hope all goes well and you get good positive feedback. Okay. Sunny says, bye and have fun. Awesome. Amberly says, I made the bed, covered the garden, vacuumed, cleaned the vacuum cleaner thing. No reading. I was feeling a bit too lazy after the last chatty bit. It was a good chatty bit. We talked about some real things, so I'm all for that. Okay. Denise is reading The Doll Maker. Ooh, big book. Okay. I hope you are enjoying The Doll Maker. Christina worked on the diamond painting for a bit, about 3% further in the book. That's good. Productive. I like that. I would like to work on my diamond painting today, but it's not going to happen because this hair is going to take probably about 3 hours. So that's about it. I'm going to read my book, physically read my book while I'm doing my hair. Hopefully I'm able to make that happen. That works very well for ebooks. Physical books, can't do that. Thanks for hosting. Have a fabulous day. You too as well, Christina. Claim some of your day for yourself every day, okay? Remember to hydrate, feed yourself, the laundry, med, stretch, and show some love to the like button and make sure you ring the bell to be notified. I like all those things. Denise says, looks like I missed you. I'll try to catch you next Tuesday. Awesome. I appreciate it. Well, always welcome to have you. Okay. Christina says there's a sprint for Donna's diamond paintings with Paula and Dee Dee. Here's the BookTube Bible. Find out the readathons and what sprints are coming up. Crota's put screen on the bottom of my palette wall and fix the screen on the top portion. Ooh, lots of work, but I bet you it pays off when all your plants fruit. It's all ready for planting. Think I'll do red petunias and catgrass down below. Oh, you have a whole system. I like it. Courtney sprints on Tuesday. I definitely will be here next Tuesday. Appreciate it, the link. A screen. Yeah, I think that's for the stuff to go through, right? Or is that for to restrict the grass, right? Hold the soil. Oh, I didn't think of that. I thought it was to make sure the grass grows a certain way, but yeah, okay, that makes sense too. Well, I saw Coda over at Dee Dee's, or Dee Dee, Paula, and Donna. So maybe we'll get an answer over there. Okay. Well, we're going to be getting out of here. I appreciate y'all all who decided to come by today, all or in part. And I appreciate it. It's a fun time as always. Read some good books out there. Okay. Enjoy your summer.